Oh man. No worries, I'm here. Let me refill this water. Okay. Okay. How's everything looking? The mic is on? Nice. What am I doing? And boom, we are live. What's up, everybody? It's G Mr. Drew welcoming you to another episode of the Andrew Glashevsky Experience. This is going to be episode... What episode is this? The 593, I believe. I don't even remember what I called it. Something to do with ankles. Drop ankles, breaking ankles, crossing up. Talking crossovers. I wanted to talk about something, man. I wanted to take a break from, the grind that I've been doing. And I wanted to kind of talk about something that's been on my mind for like a year now. And, it's something that everyone's thought about. And it's one of those fleeting thoughts. You think about it and then you immediately dismiss it. It's been on everyone's mind since, 30 years now? Something like that. So, about a year ago, I kind of thought about it, and I was just like, keep working, keep doing my thing. Don't worry about other things. But, after it's been like a year, and I'm still thinking about it, and I was just like, yeah, that would be cool. And more ideas just came to it, so I was just like, all right, let me actually write this down and see what's up. And I wrote it down. And I was like, all right, so cool, what am I talking about? I'm talking about making the impossible possible. I'm talking about something that, I've been told everyone knows it is impossible. And in video games and crossovers, the crossover that everybody's always wanted to see, everything that I've at least seen in the past decade or so, being like kind of everything is inching towards it. And that's kind of why I thought about it like a year ago. And I don't know, I figured that is just, it'd be neat to talk about it. Like I said, I want to take a break from what I've been doing to talk about something that's just been on my mind. So, what am I talking about? Street Fighter cross Mortal Kombat, or Mortal Kombat cross Street Fighter. It was one of those things I thought about as a kid also, those being the two prominent games, even though we know like Tekken is blown up, other fighting games have blown up. A lot of them came in the 3D generation of gaming, but before that, the old 8-bit 2D graphics, all that stuff that I grew up with. I think everyone always thought about the crossovers there. I think you can get them in Mugens and stuff like that, but I don't know anything about that. I remember when I was in college, maybe high school, some videos came out where you see Scorpion fighting Akuma, or Scorpion fighting Ryu, something like that, and then Chameleon fighting Akuma. I forget what it is, but there's some boss animations made on YouTube a long time ago, and I remember watching those, and it was the first time I ever saw, and that's like a decade later, saw the crossover of MK Street Fighter to see what it would look like. They used Street Fighter 3 sprites and Mortal Kombat trilogy sprites, maybe, I don't know. And Yeah, it was crazy to see them together and to have like an animator put it together and all that stuff. Utilize the backgrounds from both Street Fighter and whatever. Put a little story to it. It was great. It was great. It was good stuff. So that being kind of like the peak pinnacle of what we've ever gotten as far as these two uh, games, you know, colliding, getting that crossover. Uh, and again, it's just something that always just sat in the background. But last year, I don't even remember why I thought about it, but I was just like, that'd be the way to do it. And the reason why they would say something like that isn't possible today, especially today, with the climate and all that other stuff with gaming, what companies have become within the past 30 years and all that stuff. Um, I don't know. I just think we're in a really interesting time as far as like fighting game goes, and I'm kind of into them. I used to play them. I don't play video games anymore. Just can't afford it, money or time wise. So I just kind of like draw things that I like now, and this being something that I liked, it just sat in my mind, and I was like, screw it, I'm gonna talk about it, even though it's impossible. Uh, the reason why they'll say you can't get these games is because you can never have a Mortal Kombat without fatalities, and you can never like fatality our beloved, Street Fighter Street Fighter mains, which, if you look at any Street Fighter crossover, most of them pull uh, from the Street Fighter 2 roster. So those are kind of like the staples. Those staples from Street Fighter 2, the main characters in there, they're kind of like the untouchables when it comes to fatalities and things like that. And we would never want to see them in that sort of mode. So, that's why it's so easy to dismiss this conversation. But I don't know. Me also being a fan of animation, I've learned things in animation. How people get away with things, how people do things, how can you push something and still keep it, relatively cool. You know what I mean? Like, for instance, like I'm super into action, whether it's in movies or games. You know what I mean? I just love it. You know what I mean? You can look at my college demo reel. It's a fight scene that has no story, just because I didn't know anything about story back then. And yeah. I think it was when I was watching Samurai Jack. Again, another thing watched growing up, and it was then when I learned like, oh, this is how they're able to put like, I guess like action or fighting or violence in a cartoon and still make it for kids and this, that, and the other. And the whole rule was like, Jack don't ever fight anything but robots and like ghosts or monsters, you know what I mean? Beasts, they're all never like people characters. And there's a similarity there with the main roster of Street Fighter 2, our main staples of Street Fighter that we can never fatalitize. And fatalitize? I don't even know. And and all of everything that Jack couldn't fight against. So that was another founding idea that I had a long time ago. But again, these things, they just come and go, not worth talking about. Now, snap to today, I'm just like, screw it, I'm gonna write this down. I'm gonna figure it out. So, got some interesting results. And yeah, wrote a bunch of stuff here, kind of made a little bit of sense of it here, and hopefully what I'm going to talk about tonight, and draw some pictures for y'all, along the way, just to, this is what I do, right? I draw anything, everything, and I talk nonsense. So I kind of went through all, if not most, of the Street Fighter roster, things like that, and got a weird cast of characters, and I kind of wanted to talk about and kind of go through it one by one and just kind of share some thoughts and ideas about how something like this can be done. And hopefully this works. Yeah. Let's just get into it and talk about the cast of Street Fighter characters that I feel like we can involve into a Street Fighter Cross Mortal Kombat game, or Mortal Kombat Cross Street Fighter. I forget the way they title them and what that means, but really bringing in Street Fighter characters into the Mortal Kombat world. And starting here, we got not Balrog, not Boxer, we got Mike from Street Fighter 1. I figured I could at least start from the beginning. You know what I mean? He's famously is or isn't the guy that was in the opening animation of Street Fighter 2 with the two guys fighting in the beginning. One of them gets hit. And I don't know whether Mike actually became Balrog, but I figured it was a good first character to talk about. He's from the first game. He's from one of the originals, not from Street Fighter 2, kind of from Street Fighter 2, but not. And whole lot of, since we're already talking the craziness of a crossover and all the paperwork that would have to be involved into making something like that happen, is you know what I mean? Since we're talking about all that craziness and paperwork, why not bring in Mike? Yeah, we know who Mike is. We know who he represents, and why not make him like the starting character to this whole argument? And also, since he's kind of based off of Mike Tyson, you got a celebrity. You got a celebrity to promote these things. You got a celebrity to make commercials and kind of, you know what I mean? He's doing fun stuff these days anyways. And still can't take the fight out the man. The man is, I don't even know how old now. And he's still out here doing it. He's still out here, you know what I mean? Still Mike Tyson. So I don't know why we couldn't just make like a fun MKXSF version of Mike and have the real Mike kind of promote him, cut the man a check, and give him, you know what I mean? Give him his props, because, you know, a lot like Bruce Lee being in every single game, Mike Tyson's kind of in every single game. You know what I mean? And yeah, I feel like it's a good place to start, good character to whatever. But here's the thing. Another thing that is happening with that's also happening with these games, something that I noticed in that fight animation between Ryu and Scorpion, you know, are the proportions of the characters. You take the sprites from Street Fighter 3 and you take the sprites from MK2 or, you know, MK Trilogy, whichever one that they use. Like, you take those sprites and put them side by side. Great animation, great story, you know what I mean? It's all recognizable, but if you're going to actually create the crossover game, then you got to kind of unify the look. And that's kind of why I'm leaning more towards bringing the Street Fighter characters into Mortal Kombat rather than bringing the Mortal Kombat into the Street Fighter verse. And stylistically, I always preferred Street Fighter. Just all the Street Fighter stuff. As a animation guy, I'm into simplicity, into like breaking things down. And when you compare Street Fighter characters to Mortal Kombat characters, especially today, Less so in the 90s, but still in the 90s. Street Fighter character design was a lot simpler, and not simpler in a lesser way, but simpler in a better way, kind of. You know what I mean? And then you had Street Fighter, or the Mortal Kombat characters, and especially back in the beginning, their outfits were pretty simple, and they've gotten way more complex over time. And I'm sure that has something to do with the technology, from jumping from 2D to 3D and things like that. 3D just gave more opportunity to throw more detail onto things. So I never played past Mortal Kombat 3. You know what I mean? I watched Mortal Kombat go to what it became, and when they started using they started giving them like 3 different fight styles and weapons and all that stuff, I was just like, I don't even know what Mortal Kombat is anymore, you know. But still, I think if you were gonna make something today, and stylistically, I think it would be interesting to try to bring the creativity that has been brought to Mortal Kombat's characters to, you know what I mean, over to Street Fighter. It would still be interesting to bring Mortal Kombat characters' complexity and simplify it down into a Street Fighter style. I think that would also be interesting. But I think when I started facing the ideas of things like Street Fighter 1 characters, and then you have a design like Mike's character there, it's like, it's so simplistic. And I was just like, I'd rather complex it up, you know what I mean? So, I mean, just thinking about it, I don't even know what you could do. I was like, kind of thinking about when I was talking about these, thinking about talking about this. I was like, how much thought do I want to do before I start the stream? And I have no idea. But I kind of think the amount of fun that you can have with just throwing a little bit of complexity into those really early Street Fighter simplified designs is just a little bit. And since everything that I'm talking about is just fun, I think it would just be a whole lot of fun. And it's kind of like, what could you do? Because you got like just the boxer. He doesn't even have boxing gloves. He's freaking bare knuckle fighting. I can't believe we've made it. We've made it to a day where, you know, bare knuckle boxing is now like a sport that we're all watching. But yeah, I would definitely. Try to think about like, what can you do? And I think the coolest thing that's on this character is he has those old 80s style high tops. You know what I mean? Like his shoes. And I'm thinking about like how in Mortal Kombat we have Jax, and you know, Jax with the metal arms, he's very boxer-esque, but I'm sure he's like changed a whole lot over the years as far as like his character moveset and things like that, design and stuff. I think his character is something of a military background, like Sonya. I don't know. But I was just like, oh yeah. Just like Jax got his metal arms. Oop, oop. And then those metal arms, he was able to kind of just go full Mortal Kombat, you know? I'm like, what can you do with a boxer? But not, obviously not make AGEX. Oh yeah, I haven't. I haven't loosened up at all, man. I'm over here like mad tight with the So I was like, all right, you got boxing, you got a guy. It would be easy to just be like, yeah, give him metal arms, but then you already got AGEX. So it's like, can't really just give him metal arms. And I was just like, what could you do? What's a fun thing? And I'm like, the only really cool thing, like he's just tank top and jeans. It's pretty basic. That could be anything, you know. Outside of that, he has a belt. He's got some wraps on his hands, and then he has the dopest shoes ever. You know what I mean? I was like, you gotta lean into those shoes. And I was like, well, boxers generate all their power, you know what I mean, from the ground up, you know. And I was like, well, that's exactly where his shoes are. So why not, like, have this boxer character, this Street Fighter character that's, you know, lost to obscurity, and we have the opportunity to kind of do whatever we want with his design if we were to ever bring him back and use it. I was like, why not just like design up those shoes, kind of make them, turn them into rockets or something. You know what I mean? I mean, you could turn those things just like those Jack's arms go all the way to the back or go all the way up. I mean, same thing with these things, just iron them up all the way to his back, so now he has like these metal legs, things like that. And then you can still just keep them with yeah, how can I do this? Let's just draw it, alright? I mean, giving a man some iron boots here. I mean, I guess they would essentially be kind of like armor, wouldn't it? something that always got my attention, another Capcom thing, is Darkstalkers. And Morgan, she has this move where she can like fly across the screen and she gets like rockets. Okay. Dude, Darkstalkers is so crazy the way that their characters like not only squash and stretch but transform into things. And Morgan gets these rockets that come out of her back, like her wings, her bat wings maybe, turn into rocket. Like, I don't know how they do it, but that's kind of like what I'm thinking about. Like how to turn this man's shoes into rockets. You know what? Let's do this. So let me just take that pose that he has there, right? And who is that artist? I think I follow this artist. Hold on. I mean, one of the I don't even know. But this is like an artist that I follow. Love their work. You know, they did a ton of Capcom stuff. Oh, that's what it is. Kit something. I want to at least try to get their name right, since I'm going to be borrowing from their yeah, Kitty Kit. Kitty Kit? Kitty Kit? I don't know. Something like that. But on Instagram, they're KITTICKIT. One of the best artists ever. I love their work. They kind of draw anything and everything, but they have this style that, again, is just one of those things where it's like, it's simplified and complex. Like I could definitely tell that this person knows how to simplify things. And as an animator, it's like super cool to me. So yeah, big fan of that artist, Kitty Kit. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing. You ever try to like realize you never said something out loud before, and you're like, oh, that's what that sounds like. So yeah, since they already have a strong pose of this character, I might as well just use it, right? And this is kind of what I'm talking about. Like they got them with like the high tops on, which I love. I think when Balrog came in, he was just like kind of like in street clothes, but he actually had like boxer boots on or boxing shoes laced all the way up. But since we're kind of bringing these Street Fighter characters into the Mortal Kombat world, oh man, and since you get and if we're talking about getting Iron Mike like to sponsor this stuff, and you actually get him, you're actually going to be able to get him with the There we go. Go this way. Get him with the tattoo. I don't even know what his tattoo looks like, honestly. But I mean, does it matter? You could kind of make it look like anything at this point. Wish I had a picture of Mike Tyson in front of me. Kind of see. Just kind of thinking about all those promos he's been doing lately for his upcoming. I think it's been pushed back until like the end of the year, like November or something, right? But just give him some like gnarly Mortal Kombat sickness tattoo over on half his face over here. You can, who knows, maybe it's like a source of power. Anytime he like does a special, that thing lights up. Still the champ, give him the champ's belt, right? And having half of his face done like that is a little bit Kano stylish, isn't it? I mean, that's right up there with that Mortal Kombat energy. Yeah, but that's all I'm thinking as far as design goes. Just focus more on the leg aspect. Now, had I actually prepared some prepared it a little bit more, probably could have put something together, but like I said, this is just ideas that I'm thinking about, and since I thought about them for a while, I was just like, let me get them out of my head. I know, like, what about his hands? Like his hands are wrapped. Probably just give him some metal hands, right? Or wrap his hands with some metal. Juggernaut had in the fighting games, was it Juggernaut who had like rebar as brass knuckles or something? Same thing. What kind of haircut did Mike have when he had hair? It was like a flat top, wasn't it? Almost something like that back in the day. So yeah. I don't even know how much I want to go into detail with the boots here. I'm thinking if you're already putting rockets on there, they got to be attached to something. So you got to have a whole engine system, a motor system going on. So I'm already thinking about these things like an exhaust or something like that for let's see if I can zoom in here. But yeah, kind of bring this guy out of retirement and back into the fight scene with, you know, Armageddon and a boxer just facing down Armageddon. What does he do? What does he look like? Just strap his arms with some rebar. Wonder how much do I actually want to depict all that stuff? Or do I just want to move on? There we go. Are we focused? Why is it not focusing? Hold on, let me do this. Let me present the next character. I'll clean this screen off real quick. It might just be the screen. But yeah, moving on from Mike from Street Fighter 1. Who do we got? There we go. Clean this off. I'm kind of presenting these things in a random way. Like I said, I made sense of all this list that I compiled, but then I wasn't exactly sure how I want to go about like presenting the characters, and I said, you know, random would probably be best. So I put them in an order, and now I'm just kind of circling around it. So there's no specific order to these things. But you know, we got one down, and it's a boxing character. He's just straight hands, all hands, but he's got like these rocket boosts on his feet, so that way he can kind of, I don't know, move around, fly around, jump around. You know what I mean? Put a little bit more oomph into the punches. You know what I'm saying? That way you can stand toe to toe, just like Jax can with all the other craziness that happens in Mortal Kombat. The second character here, Necro, kind of a human character, but also he's been experimented on, so I'm counting him as a monster character. I don't even know. I didn't play Street Fighter 3 too much, you know. But I did kind of remember, like, oh yeah, that guy's kind of like a Dalsum Blanca hybrid, which is great because he's not a part. You know what I mean? Like, he's definitely a Street Fighter character, but he's not a part of that Street Fighter 2, you know, almighty. But he has like powers. He has the electrical powers like Blanca. He has the stretching powers like Dalsum. I was just like, oh, this is perfect. It's like bringing those two characters in without having to bring them in, because, you know, we can't fatalitize them. So let's and the man's already looking like Quan Chi. You know what I'm saying? Like, the man already looks like Quan Chi. Is it still not focused? It's kind of focused. Maybe because it's not straight on. Let me see. But yeah, I always thought this character was kind of cool. I mean, when he has like that, like a goth lolly chick with him, and then on top of that, so you can kind of have her in the backgrounds whenever he's fighting. I always thought that was cool. Any of those characters that have like a secondary character with them, follows them like back and forth around the fight screen, the fight background, like through the whole stage. That's the word I'm looking for. I was like scene, like the whole fight stage. Like Donovan would have Anita following him around everywhere he went. You know what I mean? Same thing. I don't know if Necro's girl does that or not. I know she comes out during either a win pose or a lose pose and or both. You know what I mean? A lose pose. But yeah, the man he's already looking like Quan Chi. You know what I mean? Like I don't know. And I was like looking at that how do I want to do this? Well, why don't I just use that? That works. Man, they got that man folded up over there. And if that's, oh man, he's all twisted up. Hold on. Which hand? This. There we go. And then same thing, this one, it's going like that. And you know, he already got a little bit of like, a little bit of that Mortal Kombat aesthetic to him with that whole goth style, being like a Frankenstein's monster of sorts. Wait. So if I was gonna draw this, how would I draw that? There we go. There we go. But yeah, I always remember that guy always had the weirdest kind of like static pose or whatever his just like neutral pose. He just stood there, shoulders all out, just looking like the wacky inflatable flailing arm tube man, getting all that going. What, do you got gloves on or something like that? So yeah, while Mike's character is a little bit more straightforward, like humanoid character, yeah, this guy's just totally. Totally monstrous. So I'm like, alright, that's cool, man. He gets the electrics, he gets all the stretchy moveset stuff, a little bit of Frankenstein's monster in there. And that's kind of why I thought it was kind of cool to do something like this. I just think it's like pure fun. To sit here and play with this idea that is seemingly impossible. There we go. Don't want to draw too much if I can't. But I think like updating some of these character movesets in order for them to be able to do things. I feel like, I mean, like a lot of games have kind of all caught up with each other as far as like doing moves, doing special moves, doing super moves, you know, doing, like, I just watch the fighting game, like I just watch them, and it is crazy how many like things you could do now when in, you know, like Street Fighter 1, you know, like punch and kick. You know, you can punch this way, you can punch that way, you can kick this way, you can kick that way. That's about it. And here's a special or two. So updating all these characters, I think, gives like a time to play with movesets and kind of use that creativity to merge these two franchises together in order to make one crossover. Because I don't think any of them are one for one, like one for one alike. So it'd be like, okay, what can you do, what can't you do? But like I said, if you kind of lean in on the boxing, street boxing with Mike, give him some rocket booster, jetpack feet with some Street Fighter worthy rebar gloves, things like that. And then you got this guy who's like half Dawson, a little bit of Blanca. You just kind of lean into that a little bit more, give him the stretchy and the electrics and all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? I don't even know what his face looks like. I know he has like all that weird stuff on his face. But yeah, I think at that point we're like off to the races. Was he have like a pointy nose? You can't see it from this angle. And I don't know what his face looks like. I would need to actually like kind of lean in. But I mean, at that point, why even make it like face paint? Why not just, like I said, Mortal Kombat up these designs and make it something It's definitely slim. Give him those. And yeah, man, I think the fact that he could stretch his limbs, he has these metal pokers, these metal spike, braces on his arms, things like that. He's dealing with electricity. He could just send that electricity down, and he can stretch and electrify you from across the screen, things like that. Just play with the movesets on these characters. Give them give them a little bit of extra from whatever they had before. 'Cause I may be wrong about this, but Mortal Kombat may have like more things to do. You know, I always enjoyed like fatalities, animalities, babyalities. Is babyality even a thing anymore? Are people able to do that in what is it, MK1? There we go. But you know, have a little bit of fun. Mortal Kombat up their designs, give them some whatever, maybe additional power sets they may or may not need. I don't know. Here, what am I doing here? Yeah, I think I could do a whole bunch of freaky stuff with this character, man. I'll be honest, man, I haven't seen too much like Dhalsim gameplay. Kind of almost forgot he was in Street Fighter 6. Like, I haven't seen too much of him, so I'm like kind of unfamiliar with what he's done. But I just kind of remember his like his neutral pose where he's already kind of like a little bent and contorted, and you know what I mean? Limbs look like noodles. So yeah, I don't think this is any of his moves, or this is anything that he has in his moveset where he combines the electrics with the stretching, but I feel like once you get those two things, you know what I mean? and you get to just create a moveset off of it, you know, in the face of Armageddon. What does that look like? I feel like this guy could pull off like some eldritch horror type stuff. Well, he just walks away with his lolly goth girlfriend. There we go, there we go. And I think this part. And who knows, man, you give... If he has to have weapons or anything like that, give him like some Tesla coils he could use as like bats or something. Use like a baseball bat and just fling electrics at you. I don't think he would need any weapons though, honestly. I think that was his whole purpose as a character, was to be like a human weapon. Hence why he is how he is. Being the experiment that he is. How are we looking? Yeah, I'm feeling it. What else we got? What if I should just use some ink? But again, another character somewhat lost to obscurity. I'm sure like Street Fighter 3 is still like super popular with people and things like that. And I'm sure this character has his fans and all that other stuff. But yeah, I think, like I said, bringing them into the Mortal Kombat verse, who these characters become in the face of Armageddon, you know what I mean? Like that's kind of what I'm thinking about. But yeah, man. So Mike, what's his name? Necro? A little bit of Necro in there. I've never drawn these characters before, man. This is sometimes this stuff is just like an excuse for me to like have a bit of fun. All right, who do I have next? Ah, yeah. This is who's that? Cycloid Beta. I always call him Cycloid Blue, just because I always think that blue that stood for beta, or B that stood for beta. I was just like, oh, hey, blue. Cycloid Blue is like a copycat character, which I think is also fitting because he, I mean, technically it's not even a he. It's not a person. It's not a living thing. It's a digital made manifest. It's a hologram that can hit you. You know. And I think what's cool. It was kind of like a, I don't know, Street Fighter EX. It's kind of a copycat character, and I forget if it like copies specific characters or not, but at least characters like this that kind of copy X amount of characters and X amount of moves. I was just like, oh, this is a perfect like insert for being able to fill in the gaps of like character types, you know, whether they're a Shoto or a grappler, or if they're like a speed character, or if they're a projectile zoner, like all those character types, you know what I mean, that come in fighting games. I was like, oh, this is a perfect opportunity, since it's just a copycat character. You could just introduce whatever powers to them, right? Now the only thing that I'm thinking about is like the design for this character, since it's not even like a thing, like a living thing. It doesn't have any assigned, like it could be a boy or a girl. And when I was putting together this list, I was like, oh yeah, there's seriously lacking in like female monster characters, female like robot characters, and the like. So I was like, oh, just like this is a perfect opportunity to insert whatever moveset. It's the perfect time to make them a female character as well. You know what I mean? Mortal Kombat has plenty of female characters, and when I was putting this list together, I was kind of like, oh yeah, Street. It's not just Chun-Li we can't put in there. It's pretty much none of them. Pretty much. We're only on the third character, so yeah. Like thinking about this character. I was like, what a perfect opportunity to introduce like the moveset of other characters without them being this character. You know what I mean? Especially if it's a female character and it's gonna be like a copycat character of some sorts. Just give them, you know what I mean? Give them some of the female movesets that we otherwise wouldn't have if we kind of just stuck with, you know, the main roster, which we can't use. And again, it's just a it's like a digital manifestation. I don't even know how you would really design them. Like their original design is they were just like just like a dummy, you know what I mean? Like a fighting dummy. So pretty much sky's the limit when it comes to like designing them. And trying to think of like things to do. And again, why not have a little bit of fun with them? Again, I mean, it's off of Street Fighter EX, which is kind of like an official, unofficial Street Fighter. I prefer to count it, you know what I mean, considering Capcom has done so much in gaming in the past, you know, however many years, and everything that they've created and all the companies that they've worked with and all the artists that they've had and everything like that. Like looking at everything that Capcom has, not just Street Fighter. It's like I choose to count Street Fighter EX. I think it's a good standing. I mean, it has Skullomania. You can't like just be sleeping on Skullomania like that. You want Skullomania on the thing. You know what I mean? So to kind of like, you can't throw babies out with bathwater. You know what I'm saying? So I like to count Street Fighter EX, and you know, when I was looking through their roster, I was just like, oh yeah, Cycloid Beta, like for sure. And you know, I don't know how you could design them, but like I said, they're virtual. They're like a virtual whatever. They're like the Tupac hologram, essentially. And again, it's a female character, but not. And they're legit. Like in my eyes, at least. And, you know, you have a character like that, they're able to kind of work whatever movesets we're missing out on. And you can be like, oh no, they just met that character. They were just programmed to work that character's design. You know what I'm saying? And who knows what all these fires mean. Maybe all these fires are just like the actual like programming of the characters, like movesets that they have or something like that, you know what I mean? I guess they kind of technically wouldn't even need ears. Just give them some Frieza ears, some little bumps. Give them that Frieza evil grin. Why not? We're going all the way with it, right? Man, not one of these characters has eyebrows yet. And what they're gonna be like somewhat translucent. You could almost make out like the inner skeletal workings of this this hologram. So just beneath the surface you could like see the brain and the brain matter. And again, it's just taking these characters from that world, and I mean, the thing that just keeps coming to mind is like putting them in the face of Armageddon under the umbrella of Mortal Kombat. And I think you got, you know, some pretty cool things. So yeah, man, Cycloid Beta, definitely bring that one in. You could fatality that one all day, right? I mean, am I right? Am I right? No? Yeah? No? Let me know. You know what I'm saying? Again, I'm just trying to respect the rules of the game while also like showing how a little bit of thought and creativity can kind of really push these things. And why not bring in a character from the EX series that's kind of not counted because of the, I don't know, it was made by Arika instead of Capcom or something like that, and you know, they've since then like separated. I'm not sure about the relationship, but things seem to be cool these days. And just like I'm saying, you give Mike Tyson his props. Give Arika their props. I mean, they've since then put out Fighting EX Layer, which they took the EX characters from the Street Fighter EX game and took their original characters from there, and then obviously I think they added some for sure. And I mean, with as beautiful as the fighting game community has become, just like you're gonna give Mike Tyson his props and have him doing ads and all that other stuff for the game, you know what I mean? Make him the poster boy of it or something like that. I don't know. Like, why not be working with Arika? Why not give them their props? Why not like you know what is actually cool? I mean, Capcom technically did have Seth in Street Fighter 4, which I believe was another copycat character that had their own moves, but I think that was part of his gimmick, was that he took other people's moves. I think that was the whole purpose of his character, was he was like taking fighters' moves and like downloading them into what was it called, the Bleach program or something like that. So I mean, the idea of copycat characters is always there and it's always going to be around. So why not welcome it, but also welcome it in a way where you can have like interesting things happen, and you can have, you know, things happen. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. Moving on. Moving on. Can you tell I haven't eaten today? I was like late to the stream. How long has it been? It's only been 90 minutes and it's 12:30. Yeah, so I was like 2 hours late to the stream. I was mad busy, you know, getting my hair did and doing laundry, all that stuff. So yeah, let's see, who do I have next on the list? Oh, snap. Yeah. My favorite. I'm gonna always include include this guy no matter what. I feel like he's like the best loophole in the world as far as like technically not human anymore. He's a demon character. He's literally demonic. I'm pretty sure they got demon characters in Mortal Kombat. I think it's welcome. I think it's almost self-explanatory. I almost don't need to do anything, but let's do something anyways. So yeah, Oni Akuma from Street Fighter 4. There we go. I don't know why this camera's not focusing. There we go. Got a little bit of focus. So yeah, I don't even know if I need to do anything or draw anything. It's like just put them in. Let's see if I can. Dang, Kuma said he don't need gloves anymore once he's in this form. Does he even have ears anymore? I mean, he's got to. I can give him like some little gremlin ears. Oh dang, he's got the whole kind of dragon-esque kind of thing going on, doesn't he? You know, I thought when I opened up my my Patreon and I offered commissions, I figured people would be hitting me up to draw all this kind of dope stuff. You know what I mean? Draw the things that we'll never see. That's what I was hoping for, at least. You know, but the page is still there. Opportunity is still there. We can go full demon, huh? Oh dang, he does have horns, huh? Oh got like a little... But yeah. I guess his hair is gonna be there, huh? Oh, dang. This is sideburns? Oh, that man got sideburns. Let's do this right. Ooh. Like I said, really not much to say. I mean, he's already a demon. Already has the Shoto moveset. I'm sure any sort of creativity that would need to be had in order to put him in the face of the apocalypse. I feel like he could already do that. Here, if I do this. There we go. I think we get it. So yeah, Oni Akuma. Just cause one of the best character designs ever, right? Again, it's like all the badassery with a little bit of simplicity and right? And what do we have next? Who? Ah. Okay, so same thing with the Mike character being from SF1. Another Street Fighter. I threw in these Street Fighter 1 characters just because I'm like, we're not using them. So if we're gonna like fatalitize anybody, what, you know what I mean? Why not make them still relevant to the entire Street Fighter verse, but you know, not definitely not going to be bringing them back anytime soon. What was that? He has like a star on his belt buckle. Nice. I mean, what can you do? What can you do? I think this guy's more of a kickboxer than he is just like a regular boxer. So he's like, I don't know, a kickboxing moveset, so he could be different in that, at least in that regard. Definitely need to break that up some. There we go. And yeah, man, just another kind of simplified character. He'd be like kind of like the legs of the game, while Mike's character is like, you know, all hands. This guy could be like all kicks, all feet. So I mean, does Mortal Kombat even have like any sort of discerning characters that are like only hands or only kicks? I don't think so. I think they all punch and kick, you know, for the most part. So yeah, it'd be interesting. What are they doing there? I can't even see what they're doing in the pose here. But yeah, I guess if you had to kind of just make another ninja not ninja guy. And really, he didn't have any sort of character design in the first game either. He just had red pants. I think they actually like did him up a bit here by giving him shoes and a belt. You know, belt matching his shoes. Why'd they give him the crop top tank top? Oh, that's so funny. Well, why not? Why not? Let's go there. Yeah, I was trying to think, since I gave like rocket boots to the boxer. I was like, is there anything I could do with the hands to the kicker guy? And you know, it's a theme that kind of follows Street Fighter around. Like in the latest, like in Street Fighter 6, we have Luke and what's the other guy's name? The guy that he be drinking, Jamie. They got Luke and Jamie. So Luke is like, I'm sure he kicks. He's got to have like a kick move or two, I'm sure. Uh, but he's like all hands. That's why they gave him the Popeye arms, because it's representative of his character. And same thing with Jamie. He's all legs, but he got pants on so you can't see him. But I bet he got like Popeye legs. You know what I'm saying? And I believe his character is like all kicks. I'm sure he throws some punches. You know what I'm saying? But so yeah, I was just thinking. I was like, oh man, is there anything I could do with the hands? Bringing this character back from obscurity. But nah, he's got like this funky haircut thing going on. Almost looks like a crown. Why not just give this guy? Look at that Apocalypse Joe. Screw it, give him a beard, right? Why not? I think his story is that he was like overthrown by Ken Masters. So he's an older gentleman anyways. In the face of Apocalypse. Give him See, and this is what I mean when I say I'm like too tight when I start. Because now I'm just kind of making stuff up. Just thinking about Mortal Kombat. Thinking about some of the packs that some of the humans make in that universe. I don't even know what I'm doing anymore. Just throwing in a random kickboxer that you could do anything with, and I'm trying to think like I can't recall any sort of characters that are strictly kicking. And that's what I mean about the movesets between the two games, is that they're all, you know, Mortal Kombat leans a little bit more into that make-believe and dipping into creativity and all that other stuff, and a little bit of foundation to Street Fighter is like sticking to fight styles and things like that, and then obviously branching out from there creatively. So I'm just trying to think of Oh, and Elden Ring-esque. Some sort of apocalypse kickboxing champ. Just happy to be here. Alright, let's see, what do we got next? What do we got? Q. Alright. Yeah, I thought this was a fun character. Honestly, I don't know too much about this character. Honestly, from what I understand, nobody knows too much about this character. He's like a time traveler or something. He's a part of the CIA. I don't know. He's one of those mystery characters. I think he's a robot. I don't know, but I'm gonna make him a robot, at least in this case. But yeah, this guy's actually has layers of clothes. So again, robot character. There we go. Damn, what was I thinking about? Oh yeah. So yeah, another robot character. Don't know too much about him or his moveset. I feel like he's just kind of like, since he's a robot, more of like a powerhouse character. Kind of like, I don't know if rushdown's the word, but definitely beat down. Oop. You just give him these like gauntlets, these metal gloves, kind of go along with his face, not face. So yeah, definitely feel like Q is a alright character. A little bit of a skull face. Pretty self-explanatory, but I think Q is interesting. So again, from Street Fighter 3. So what do we got from 1, 3, EX, 4? See, kind of, and like I said, I'm kind of going through this at a random. at a random pace. But yeah, I think these characters are cool. Are cool from Mortal Kombat school. Let's see. Alright, who do we got next? And I'm building my make-believe roster. And again, this is all just to say, like, I feel like all this is kind of possible, throwing in these characters. You know, not to throw any shade on them, but, you know, some of them being dispendable in this way, and then other ones just kind of being monstrous in one way or another, or just like a robot in one way or another that's fitting, that can fit the themes. And I'm kind of just, like I said, I thought about this a year ago and kind of threw the idea away, but it never left. It kept coming back to me, so I was like, okay, still haven't really put too much thought into it until I like wrote down that list. And I was just like, moving on. So while I'm just trying to think about visualizing this stuff, I'm like, you know, it's kind of fun, but also a little nerve-wracking, because I'm like, I have no idea what I'm doing, trying to take Street Fighter characters and then bring them into a Mortal Kombat setting. What would that look like? Something I feel like would definitely need a whole lot more like respect thrown on it as far as like executing actual looks, but Alright, who do we got next? Cycloid Gamma. Same but different when it comes to this character, the purpose and their role in it. I kind of, again, don't know if Cycloid Beta and Cycloid Gamma covered different characters. It kind of makes sense if they did. Like, you pick this one, you get these characters' movesets. You pick that one, you get those characters' movesets. Something like that, perhaps. I don't know. That's kind of like how I think about it. And again, something like a hologram, something like a robot character. And isn't Trigor, is it Trigor? Triborg? Triborg. Trigor. Oh man. Can you tell I haven't eaten? Is it a camouflage function that that Triborg has, or is it is it like he just kind of manifests? I feel like I've seen him do that, where he kind of just comes out of nowhere, like during his intros and or outros, maybe even some of his moves in his moveset. But it's similar to that, you know, just technology in. So I mean, what do you even do with, you know, again, it's just another blank canvas, another filler character. And like I said, if I can make a character female, just because I'm like, there's not that many female characters that can cross over, why not make, well, I would make this one a female character, just to have one on, just to have enough on the roster, you know what I mean? So let's see, what how do I even do this? How they build that? How they build that character up? Because they're just like they're like a frame, you know, as far as like their makeup, because they're like seemingly empty. You know what I mean? Like an empty shell. And it's just like a webbing frame kind of crossing the body. That's so crazy. It's like they're built out of scaffolding, which might even be a strong enough design. I wonder how you would even... There's got to be like a starting point. Huh. There we go. Yeah, that's crazy. How do you draw? How do you draw scaffolding like this? You know what I mean? Oh wow, they have a face on them too. That's crazy. They actually structured a face. Told you then. Kitty Kit. The artist is sick. Yeah, so I guess Whoop. Again, I think a character like this could just be again just another filler character that you give a series of movesets of other Street Fighter characters that we just can't put in here. You know, a little copycat character type of I think we get the gist of it. If I actually had to sit down and figure this out, I definitely would. But really, it's just a series of rectangles, diamonds, and triangles, and creating just like a scaffolding type of structure. What am I doing? But yeah, I think that's cool. You know, little shouts out. Yeah, you can kind of see in the structure of that character, they're just a whole series of scaffolding and you know, whatever questionable structural integrity, and then just create a form out of it, and then you give them whatever movesets you want. I mean, I think that's like one of the best things you could do. But without spending too much time on that character, who else? Who do we got next? You see how random this stuff is? Dang, is that who? Yep. Got our boy Kage. One of the from what I hear is like one of the least liked characters, but I do remember seeing this long-haired Ryu design with the what's buddy Odin from One Piece. He got the big big rope, ocean liner boat rope, like bow tied around him and everything like that. Personally, my least favorite part about the design on Kage is that hole in his chest. I mean, you can see already how like Street Fighter doesn't really dive too deep into that whole like just, like that sort of design just feels out of place with Street Fighter. Now it's a, yeah, I'm pretty sure it's like a commentary on his heart and or his soul or him missing a part of himself, you know, that way, or it's him without the heart, things like that. I don't know if it's a manifestation, if it is Ryu, like if it's evil Ryu, just an upgraded version. I think that's what I originally thought, and then I was like, I think I was wrong about that, and I was like, oh, okay, so it's not like evil Ryu taking it to the next level. This is just a completely different Ryu. So I feel like that's like a little cheat sheet way to get around the whole, we can't do this to Ryu, but we can do it to Kage though. he's just a heartless demon at this point. And you know, I specifically chose to go with this design just because I was like, it's the least like him. They had some crazy design for him where he looked like he had the blue skin and he looked like one of those like Indian gods type style, and could have went with that. But this is the one I remember just because I remember seeing this statue of Kage versus Oni Akuma. It's like a two-part statue where you can get both of them. They like combine together, and it's just the two of them facing off. And I was just like, okay, so we can't get Ryu. We got Kage. It's probably the best thing we could do for Kage, for him to gain our acceptance. And just like that. And again, I think like a design like his is pretty pretty straightforward. Don't really have to make too many changes. Yeah, see, he just has like the wrapped hands. What kind of hands does like Law in Tekken 8 or Liu Kang in Mortal Kombat 1 have? They just have like wrapped hands, right? Might be fitting. I kind of didn't give Mike the wrapped hands. Kind of gave him rebar. And I know in some Akuma designs he has like the rope wrapped around his hands, just like yeah, maybe that's what we do. Just give him some thick old ropes instead of just bandages and cloth. But I feel like the hole in his chest is a little bit more fitting. If you throw it in a Mortal Kombat environment. Could you imagine Mike Tyson doing a commercial for a Street Fighter cross Mortal Kombat game? And he's highlighting Mike's character instead of like Ryu. He's like, we even got Ryu. Or no, we even got Kage. we even got not Ryu. Hmm. Yeah, definitely no blue energy here with the Hado. But yeah, it's basically long hair Ryu with some double horns. Oh yeah, I didn't even get those double horns in there. Yeah, what if we just give them one? Just one horn coming out looking like what's his name? What's his name from Fooly Cooly? Can we focus? No? Jeez. Man, why can we not focus? Oh, there we go. Now we're focused. So yeah, you can technically get Ryu in there with Put a hole in his chest. Give him a horn or two. Put a hole in his chest. Man, call him Kage. You can get all the Shoryukens in there. All right, who do we got next? Who do we have next? Hey. Another Street Fighter 1 character again. Another one that we lost to obscurity. I believe this guy is somehow related to Yin and Yang or something like that. And it's kind of like the progenitor of Jen, who's also in Street Fighter 1. And Jen and Chun-Li. It's kind of mixed in with all of them. With China. Again, another throwaway character. We lost him. We don't use him no more. If anything, he's in the background of stages and he's like cooking something up or something like that. Like he is not in the games no more. So kind of looking at this guy, I'm like, oh. Especially looking at Kittikit's art of him, I definitely love the addition of the little cerveza that he has just hanging off his hip like that. With you know, Jamie in Street Fighter 6. I'm like, hey, you know what I mean? And drinking Mountain Dew or whatever he has in there, and I was like, oh, that'll be neat. That's a neat character design element to have someone in there who's like, can I even do it? Can I even do this? How does Gara hold that big old jug on his back? How is that strapped down to him? How does Gara keep that thing? Let's check out a Gara design. Wait, what? Yo, Threads only came out like a year ago? Could have swore that was like... Sorry, I just got the notification. It was like, yo, 1 year of Threads. I was like, it's only been 1 year? Dang. What was I looking up? Oh, Gara. Oh yeah, he got about 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 different things wrapped around him. It's not terrible. Damn, Gara does have like a pretty decent like Street Fighter or Mortal Kombat design. There we go. Alright, a little bit of fireball spitting action. Gotta get somewhere who can like spit out 3 fireballs or something. Anytime I see those drinking fighters, I'm just like, oh yeah, they could use that stuff. They could use that drink. Alright, let's see. Figure that guy has more of a kind of like a Liu Kang vibe, huh? Anyway, who else do I have on here? Hey, everyone's favorite. Nikali. So, not exactly like Oni Akuma or Kage. Not exactly like Cycloid B or Cycloid G. But a little bit of both, where he's something like a demon, but also something like a hologram. What's cool about his character, I mean, he has a dope design. Something that always kind of baffled me about his design, and well, I'll just say it, is his design is a little bit like Hispanic culture influenced. Kind of has like a Latin America, an old ancient Latin America vibe to it, you know, especially with kind of the ruins and everything, and him being like some sort of entity that comes from like, you know, negative energy or whatever it is. And then he has like this Cthulhu thing going on. Definitely does not seem like anything that deals with like the Hado, the Dark Hado. Like, anytime I think of that stuff, I'm thinking about Oni, Evil Ryu, you know what I mean? Violent Ken, like anything like that where it's just a slight tweak of monstrosity. And this guy, I don't know. Like, I always thought like, oh, he targeted Ryu because of the bad energy, so I always kind of associated it with the Dark Hado. But I'm also like, he has that Latin America type of design to him, which isn't like Japan, you know? So it's like his design was always cool, but not, I don't know, maybe not utilized correctly or something like that. And then, like I said, he has like the Cthulhu thing going on. He can melt like into the floor, and he just rises from the floor. Pretty cool, pretty Mortal Kombat, you know what I mean? All that stuff. Think about all the times that like Scorpion is summoning like a giant hand from the ground. Every time like Sub-Zero just like falls back and he's like in the ground somewhere and he's gonna pop up somewhere else. Stuff like that. Like, so he has all these cool designs, cool elements, just not the greatest story. And I don't know, if we're gonna use this character, we're gonna have this design, I would definitely throw him more into like a Latin America type of thing, but mixing it up with some Cthulhu type of eldritch horror type stuff, just because he man's got a octopus on his head, yo, you know what I'm saying? Like, and the fact that he's like this evil entity, you could probably even tweak the design, make him a little bit more monstrous, less humanoid, stuff like that. That's actually a design I could actually kind of like spend an entire night on, just drawing all sorts of crazy things, similar to like this character. If y'all remember when I was working on him, like he had so much like squash and stretch to him. You know what I mean? He can like transform, he can go into the ground, come out of the ground, and just, you know, shape shift and do all that stuff. It's kind of like what I think about when I think of like Nikali's character when I look at him. And when you read about him, you're like, oh, okay. But then, I don't know, I don't think I ever saw anything too spectacular like that. So, you know, a little bit of a redemption arc for this character. Whoop. And again, I mean, I don't know if they're ever gonna reuse him, because what, they just brought him in on Street Fighter 5, I believe. Hold on, let me get this real quick. It's been so hot, I'm like dressed for the heat. And it's so cold in here. Now that the sun's down, I can like crank the AC a bit. It's like so cold, man. I'm about to put on this jacket. But yeah. So we got Nikali. I mean, who's not gonna want to put him in a fatality, you know? But what can we do? That's another thing. Mortal Kombat doesn't really have any real monster designs. Like they got, you know, they got like Motaro, Goro. You know, they got the wing, the vampire wing chick. They got like zombies, but they're all very humanoid. You know what I mean? Like they're all very close to home. They're not they're not too I don't know, their designs aren't too crazy, you know what I mean? So I'm thinking, what can we do with this guy's design? I'm trying to think like, especially like anytime I think about Eldritch these days, all that horror, all that uh what's that, Lovecraftian type monsters. It's hard not to think about Bloodborne, you know, and think about all the monsters of the deep that you can get in like Elden Ring and things like that. Those more aquatic kind of designs and things like that. So what could you do with this character, right? I mean, he is monstrous. You know, compared to like the Capcom fighting games where you have, you know, you have characters like Shumagarath, perfect example. The animation involved with that character, the move set. Dang, I haven't eaten, yo. I'm like, maybe I'm cold because I haven't eaten. I don't have no warmth in me. But what we got? Shumagarath. Thinking about that stuff. A little bit of Venom. How he kind of transforms a little bit. More than like... more than any Mortal Kombat character I could think about. So, you know, Capcom definitely like still maintains that sort of creative aspects when it comes to their games, their fighters and all that. Even though they may not like dive deep into the gore, they still if they did. It's kind of like what I'm like kind of drawing and presenting to y'all tonight. If they did, if they just leaned in, you know what I mean? They were like, hey, we're not gonna become a rated R franchise, but you know, we'll step out one time for this, and we still can't put Ryu or Chun-Li on the cover, stuff like that. But we're gonna step out and we're gonna show out, and they do something like that. Is like, you know what I mean? The creativity that they have. If they were like given an opportunity to work on a project like this. Oh, even Mars people. Mars people being on those SNK crossovers. You know what I mean? Little spaghetti alien, spaghetti monster. funny. I had a Cinco de Mayo. I ate octopus or squid. It was one of those things, but it was like a maybe a ceviche type of dish, and I was just like, give me that. Like, like how fresh is this octopus? They're like, it's fresh. They got it today or something. And I was just like, give me that. And again, another character. You really don't have to do too much to his design. I just do an octopus on his head because why not? Yeah, see, design like this, man, I can have fun with it all day. And yeah, I don't know anything about his moveset, you know? Kind of just think of him as like this feral monster. Something like a Blanca. But like I said, because he was like attracted to reuse dark energy, I thought he had something to do with the Hado. Could have been an interesting thing. Maybe that's what it is. Is like he's something like a Blanca character, but using karate, maybe using the assassin's fist. There we go. Got some Lovecraft Nakali. Oh yeah, that was another thing that kind of threw me off. I kind of like it, but I don't see it being utilized correctly. Is with uh is it it's Tekken. Tekken has Ogre, and Ogre is like, it's kind of like, I don't even know, some sort of harbinger of the energy that they use in those fighting games. I never played those games, not because I didn't want to, I just didn't know they existed back then. And and I remember seeing Ogre and seeing his design, and it's like super Aztec. It's like super like a Mayan type of Aztec, where you take like this like golem monster or some golem monster, and then you just throw like Aztec designs on them. It's like super sick. And then I found out like, oh, he's kind of like the main whatever to the, you know what I mean? Like he seeks out that dark energy or whatever. I don't even know. He's something like a Nikali character, I guess, or Nikali's something like an ogre character. And so they throw these kind of like, you know, like Latin America designs on them, but then like nothing of the rest of the Tekken world like ever addresses anything really like old ancient Aztec, except for like was it like the Julia Chang or one of the Changs that do the does like archaeology or something like that. Like they'll like dig up old sites, and I'm like, okay, that makes sense. And I don't know how much they like dip into that stuff, you know what I mean? Like how does that sort of like fight energy of characters that I think are like residing in more or less an Asian country get this energy from, you know, some ancient Latin type, you know, people or whatever it is that, you know, Ogre clearly came from or something like that. Same thing with Nikali. He has like this Latin design to him, but he's like hunting down the Dark Hado or something like that, and it's just like, don't know how much like Street Fighter or Tekken has ever dipped into the whole Latin America lore stuff, but there's definitely a whole bunch there, man. And like I said, I dig those designs, and yeah, I definitely think like with this character here, you take those designs and then you take, you know, the whole fish diet aspect of the culture, and then you throw in a little bit of the deep sea dwelling eldritch horror aspect of it, and you throw it into like, you know, the face of Armageddon in a Mortal Kombat world, and you can get like some really sick things. This is the dumb stuff I think about. That's why I feel like I can include characters like Nikali in something like this. And again, like who's not going to want to fatalitize Nikali, right? So yeah, I could draw that character all day. Giant squid on the head. Why don't I have an original character like that? Boom. We got 11 next. Where did I put that? No. Alright, I'll just use you. Whatever. Another character I really don't know about, but he's like a robot, or at least man-made or something like that. So there's no real like no threat of harming like one of our beloveds from the Street Fighter universe. Same thing. And he's like it's weird. I don't really know, because I remember when Street Fighter 3 came out, part of Necro's story, who we're already including in this, is like linked to 12 and 12's character, and 12 was like the more successful experiment or something like that. And Necro was something of a failure, and then he ran away on top of that and took his lollygoth girlfriend with him. That's what's up. And good for him. And they gave us this 11 character, and I think the story is the same with this character, where he's just a lesser version of 12. I don't know that though. But similar to Necro being something like a Dalsum Blanca thing, similar to Cycloid Beta being like a put whatever movesets we kind of want in here because we like these Street Fighter movesets, but we can't include these Street Fighter characters in there, similar to Cycloid Gamma and all that stuff. You could use 11. And I don't know, is another copycat character, I believe. I mean, I guess supposedly. Oh, no, I guess that doesn't work. It may or may not work. I was just thinking about how the Cycloids are from the EX series, and maybe they can copycat some of the EX characters, but more so try to focus whatever movesets they may have that are more tailored towards our beloved characters from Street Fighter 2. And or even Super Street Fighter 2, whatever. And thinking about how 11 is from, well, he's from Street Fighter 4, but he's like he came before 12, but 12 was in Street Fighter 3. Let me do some gymnastics right now. Hold on. Yeah, so you could probably give 11 Street Fighter 4 character movesets, I guess. Yeah, since he came in the oh no, he didn't come in until Street Fighter 5. Jeez, I don't know, but if he throw some character movesets on the guy, and again, I think he's a little like a shapeshifter as well, similar to Necro, but even more so. So it's like at this point you can kind of do anything, and since we're still in need of some more female characters, that's what I'm thinking. How cool is that? Having all these made-up female characters, give them the Mortal Kombat design treatment, and then slap on just the whole gang of different movesets on them. I don't know. I think it's pretty sick. And then you got all these super cool kung fu chicks. So yeah, I wonder. I mean, it's such a plain design. The only thing it has going on is like the hammerhead joint. So how would you Mortal Kombat eyes this character like this? I have no idea. No, this has me thinking of just drawing this giant hammerhead headdress on him. Is the Resident Evil 8. This is why I wish Resident Evil Village had a concept art book. I understand they threw all their concept art on. I guess they made it available in a digital library. Like you play the game, you can unlock the concept art, character models, things like that. I wish somebody could put together a concept art book, just or a PDF, something with all those characters, with like, you know what I mean, like character turnarounds of all these things. Like thinking about this and really looking at the only design thing, like I said, is the head, but then he has like these lines going across his chest, or just this one line going across the chest, and that's really all this character has, besides just being, you know, just mad plain. Yeah, just drawing that right there makes me think about those characters from Village in the factory, all the metal dudes, all the metal zombies, and they had the jet characters, the ones that had like the jetpacks on them, and they were all armored up, sick looking. I just want to see like a detailed breakdown of all those characters in what's his name, Heisenberg, all of Heisenberg's all of Heisenberg's monsters and creations. I mean the whole game for sure. You know what I mean? Like how we don't have that monster baby in a concept art book is beyond me. But yeah, all of those Heisenberg monsters. Like, that's all that this has me thinking about, and the fact that he only has a line going across his chest and this little headdress figure thing going on for this character. I'm like, man, there's a whole lot we can do, especially if he can like squash and stretch and morph and stuff. I was like, how do you turn that into a Mortal Kombat character? Are there any Mortal Kombat characters that kind of do that? I don't think of it. I can't think of any. You know, even like Killer Instinct has like Cinder and Glacius. And they can kind of like bend and morph, you know what I mean? Just like the Battletoads. Which kind of makes sense why they included the Battletoad in the KI game. Oh wait, I was totally making this a chick, wasn't I? Look at me giving the... monstrous chick. So you know, you could take any of these characters and just, I guess, aesthetically darken them up. You know what I mean? Now you can begin to picture them in a world where, you know, Earth Realm, Street Fighter Earth Realm is being commandeered. And then you got some experiment from who knows where, who's just like, I'm just here to fight. All right. And almost getting close to the end. Who do we have next? Hey. Is it? Yep. Again. Demon character, killer intent, powered up. Shin Akuma. I was just going through the list, like I said, going through the roster and being like, who can we use? We got Oni Akuma in there, we can get Shin Akuma. How many Gokus do we have in DBZ? In DBFZ, how many Gokus? How many Vegetas? How many Trunks and Gohans, you know what I mean? So same thing. Oh, let me get y'all here. Get y'all with me. What's cool about that illustration of Shinakuma over there is he has like fur. And Street Fighter 6 Akuma also has fur. Oh, wrong way, hombre. There we go. Alright, that's 12. How far are we? 4.5 hours in. Still got a little bit of time left. Alright. Let's do one more character. I got one more character prepped. It's funny because I put this list together, but I also randomized it, so I don't know like who I'm gonna be working on. Alright, let's see. There we go. One more. And who do we got? Nice. And another one. Again, I think I might have pulled most of the characters from Street Fighter 1, to be honest, just because I was like, oh, they don't use this guy, they don't use this guy, they don't use this guy. We could fatalities, all around. You know what I'm saying? We got who is this? Retsu? Something like that. I believe that's his name. And what's cool about this character, because you know we got the Akumas, we got the Kage. This guy, one, he looks like a mean SOB over here, but two, he's got a little bit of lore with Goken. So I just always thought that was neat, that, you know, like this guy would be sparring with Goken, and he's just like one of those type of OGs, and the fact that he's never been like reprised, I'm like, you know what I mean? So it's like, I think he's a neat addition. He kind of, I mean, just looking at him and then just thinking about like Goken and looking at him, I'm just like, okay, this guy's kind of like, you know, he could fit right in, you know, with any sort of kung fu character like a Liu Kang or whatever in Mortal Kombat. But he looks like an absolute, like, I don't even know. Guy looks like a beast. And remembering Goken from Street Fighter 4 and just how he was giant, you know what I mean? I feel like he's just up there with him, you know, in that regards. And again, he's just a Street Fighter 1 character, so they gave him a couple punches, a couple kicks. I think he has a fireball. He might have a fireball, which is dope. So yeah, I definitely feel like this guy we could fit in. We could bring him back. We could pull him out of retirement, and you know what I mean, throw him in the apocalypse setting of Mortal Kombat, and he'd fit right in, honestly. What is that? Is that a... Oh my god, he has a goatee. Is that a goatee? Nice. Man's got major Pai Mei energy. Oh. finally, we got some eyebrows. You know, all these robots and demons. We don't have any eyebrows. And has the meanest mug. There you go. And he has the X on his forehead. Nice touch. There you go. Just put him on. Put this guy on the cover. You know. MKXSF. There you go. mean, this guy's looking like he's ready to pull some fatality moves. From that thick old neck. You know, working on these more traditional design characters from Street Fighter, these fighters, kind of like this guy, even though I'm not drawing like his clothes, I guess, since it's like a close-up of him. I'm just thinking about Liu Kang's design, Fire God Liu Kang. And also Law from Tekken. Or no, not Law. Warang. Yeah, Warang from Tekken. Liu Kang and Warang, for some reason I love their designs. Because they're like complex but simple. And it's all cloth. And it looks good, like with the 3D graphics and everything. Where, you know, being able to pull off like leather or something like that as a whole metal, leather. You know, all that stuff is a little bit easier with, you know, 3D graphics, texturing, and all that other stuff. Cloth kind of absorbs the light differently, and so, for some reason, man, they you know, both Mortal Kombat and Tekken were able to pull off cloth and make it look like really good. And yeah, so I've been thinking about them every time I work on any of these. Like Akuma, Kage, this guy, Lee, when like working on their designs, I'm just thinking about like, man, how did they do it with Liu Kang? Give him that Goken bead, just like this guy has a braid coming off his chin. He has a bead on his braid, just like Goken. Yeah, why not? Just give this guy all the beads. Like he's like he's Tasty Steve or something. Man, got all the beads. Pulling off the Pai Mei, brushing his beard. Come on, yo. Gotta have some fun with this stuff. All right. And that is 13 characters. That's only a portion of what I put together for y'all, but I figured I'd do, spend some time on it tonight. I wasn't sure how long it would take for me to talk about this stuff and then draw it and talk about the drawings while I do it, because I famously talk or don't talk. Yeah, what's going on? Is this thing still working? Did my string crash? Nah, I think we're good. Yeah, we're good. It looked like we crashed for a second. But yeah, give me 15, man. Let me eat something. My stomach growling. I'm cold. I'm all messed up over here. And Yeah, I think since I know it didn't take too long. It's almost like half the night had I started on time. Um, would have had plenty of time to like render these out. So let's just start rendering them. And who knows? Maybe I want to rework the Mike character since I wasn't even warmed up at that point. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, give me 15. We'll be back, and I'll start inking these things, kind of just giving them rough renders. Nothing like too crazy, but you know, nothing but the best. That ain't right. Hold on. There we go. All right. Bam. And we're back. Let's see. See if there's anything I could do with this Mike character. Yeah, because this pose doesn't really do anything for these supposed rocket boots. That's what I should have been done did, huh? So if we're gonna make a make-believe Mike Tyson, Go. Alright. Whoop. Sorry about that. There we go. Oh, where are my brushes? Where are my brushes? Dang. I seriously can't find my brushes. Usually they're right here. Alright, I guess we'll just stick to black inks. Why not? Why not? That's crazy. My brushes aren't right there. Oh dang, this drawing. Okay. problem with drawing these super complex characters. All these Dulcims and Blancas, they have these things you can't draw without drawing them, or vice versa. You can't draw them without drawing certain things. Oh, there are more brushes. What are they doing down there? That's so crazy. Ah, it's already 5 o'clock. Dang. All right, he has that. He got that funky nose. Hmm. Hey, what's happening, JJ? Mr. Jiren, thanks for stopping by, man. How you doing? I am working on some impossibilities over here with a Mortal Kombat cross Street Fighter. I guess I'm like putting together, you know, my own fan-made roster based on you know, something that Capcom would be able to find palpable. I don't know if I caught you too late. I'm sorry, I'm just seeing your message right now. You know how it goes, man. No, I barely get the chatters. especially when I'm like, what, 5 hours deep? 6? Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm over 6 hours deep. Yeah. I'm definitely not. Definitely not in checking out for chat mode at this point. But yeah, man, it was a good night. I basically, yeah, just went around, looked at all of the Street Fighter characters, and tried to figure out which ones we could put into a Street Fighter Cross Mortal Kombat, considering we can't put the main roster in. And got some interesting results across the board. You know what I mean? Some of the most unlikely characters, along with actually, you know, finding little ways around getting the characters we love, or at the very least getting the characters of you know, their movesets if we can't get the character themselves. Something I've been thinking about for a super long time. I figure I'd just take the time to do a little something for y'all. Also, get it off my mind, you know. I've been thinking about it for a year. So I figure I could do like half of it tonight. I'll do the other half tomorrow. Yeah. Oh yeah, I probably missed you. rando over here. Oh dang, it's already that time. Yeah, this is what happens when I show up late. Probably, you know, a couple extra hours. I probably could have at least inked a little bit more. Dang. But what we get done so far? And this is only part of the list that I created. I figured I could at least start inking, have a little bit more fun with these. I think Q's a character you can have a whole ton of fun with as far as like design goes. Since he's just like a robot face wrapped with layers and layers and layers of clothes, it's like, man, you could almost do anything with this guy. So that's cool. Yeah. This one I need to render out just because actually capture the entire the essence of her just being a frame. Kage, got our stand-in Ryu. Lee, a little bit of Gara Hakutua action. Loving it. This one I'm really like I said, I could draw this one all day. I should probably put a character like this in my ooh. Maybe I can. I don't know, I gotta think about it. Freaking love this. I could draw that all day. And then these shape-shifting characters, I could only imagine the amount of like whatever you could do, you know what I mean? How many things you can create. Just straight up Shinakuma. Come on. Oh yeah. And then to top it off, got the MKXSF with the Paimei version of what's his name, Retsu? Yeah. So much fun. Well, as always, I want to thank y'all for stopping by. Thank you for watching. You know, Jiren, you stopped by, so thank you for that. It means the world to me. And you know, hope everything's going well with you. Outside of that, you can tell I don't even know why the voice is going. This is just the first half of the Impossible, the Mortal Kombat Cross Street Fighter. This is just, you know, a handful of characters. Obviously, they're going to be a little bit more obscure, a little less of the, you know, the popular characters that we all know and love. But also, it's an opportunity to just do something fun and crazy with characters of a bygone time, characters that are kind of left in the dust, characters that we don't do too much with. And, yeah, I think that's dope. Outside of that, man, I'm G Mr. Drew. At G Mr. Drew on all socials. Follow, like, subscribe. gmrdrew.art, the website. Check it out. And then, yeah, links to everywhere there. Merch stores, Patreon, and the other page. Check out the merch stores, man. If you like what you see here, you know what I mean. These are just like some really rough sketches, just having fun. But if you want commissions, anything like that, hit me up on Patreon. Different tier classifications have different size commissions that you can get from me annually, and yeah, definitely totally worth it. Outside of that, that's it, man. I'll be back tomorrow. Love y'all. Peace.